Hello everyone, Quentin Michael here from Shagtail Studios, Channel 14, WNBA TV. We're high on Retro Junk. Coming out of retirement for an excuse that I am very excited to have. This game might be a little loud. I'm gonna actually check that right now. Oh, hold on. I'll check that as soon as I can get my... Let's see. No, that sounds fine. Okay, that's cool. Alright, I'll leave it like that for now. That should be fine. But hey, everyone. It's been, what, like a week since I did my last stream. I was doing, some Final Fantasy IV. Won't lie, these long-form games, not Double Dragon, like Final Fantasy, even God Hand a bit. Doing these long-form streams without a lot of variety has been burning me out a little bit, alongside other things. Real life burning me out. There's a lot of burnout. But I have something to be very invested in currently. So I'm sure you guys may be wondering, maybe you aren't in my server very often, maybe you do know what's going down. Regardless, I have a very specific reason I'm doing this. And that is, there's a score competition going on in the subscribers plaza of Neon and Cobra's Discord. They do these every so often where you compete in different video games. We see who can get high scores. It's always very fun. The last one I competed in, like very seriously, was Super Pac-Man. Some of you guys might remember that, where there were several streams of Super Pac-Man back to back to back as I was practicing everything. Y'all might remember that. And last month they were doing Forgotten World, which is a great game, but not one that I have any confidence in my skill in, so I didn't jump in on that. But then, yesterday, I believe, Grant announced the new game for this month. He almost went with Gradius 2 because of the announcement of the new Salamander game coming out, which is definitely very exciting. I am down for that. Okay. Hold on. Anyway. He almost went with that, but as you guys can tell from what we're streaming right now, he went with Double Dragon 2, which is one of my favorite games of all time. I don't even know how to really explain it that well, you know? The Double Dragon games have always been some of my favorite things. Look at the way I'm dressed right now. Come on. Do you see this? I love these games. These games have definitely left their mark on me. And, yeah. Got in Salamander 2 yesterday. I like that game. I'm not very good at it. I'm not very good at most shmups, but I like playing shmups. Wouldn't mind trying to do some on here, but those would be very different streams compared to what we usually do. how different is the arcade versus console? Yeah, actually, before I talk anymore, I should go ahead and say hello to everybody who's in here, right? Because we had a good number of people popping. Ryu's here, KBX is here, Zopmeister. I saw Billy and Sayla earlier. I apologize if I'm forgetting anybody off the top of my head because of the fact that I'm locked into MAME right now. I can't scroll through the chat. So anybody who's there who wants me to say hello, I will happily say hello to you. But yeah, how different? Vary. The arcade versus console comparison. I'm not playing on archives. To do the score competition, it was just easiest to get a... This is the same ROM file I've had since I had this computer. This is one of the first things I downloaded back when I first got my computer, was a copy of MAME and the Double Dragon games and Alien vs. Predator. That was how I started my MAME collection, and good picks. Anyway, since you brought it up, back here on my shelf, it's hard to see because it's all the way back here, and, you know, you're just looking at the tiny screen. I have my Double Dragon collection out. And to answer your question, Ryu, it is very different between consoles and arcade. But specifically, it's very different between the NES console and the arcades. Most home ports of Double Dragon actually tried to follow the arcade version. Like right here, I have the Genesis version. The Genesis version, the Master System version, the various home computer ports of Double Dragon, which weren't very good, but point is, all of those followed the arcade structure very closely. Or at least as close as they could get. But the NES versions, which I have right here, I'll just go ahead and say, based off my own research, I think a direct console port of the arcade versions would have been a mistake. I don't think the NES could handle it, especially not... What year was this one? I forget. I wouldn't know if I'm plugging it in because the date's not on the cartridge. The point is, this, I want to say this came out in like 87, 86. I'm trying to think. I think this was 87, 86, alright? One of those two. Yeah, because Double Dragon... No, it had to have been 87. Maybe 88 for the NES version, because I think Double Dragon 1 was 87. And then the NES port would have come a year later in 88. Point is, that's early on, that's early enough in the NES life cycle that they were still working with, like, I believe, UNROM, maybe even NROM mapper chips. Which have very limited data storage. It would have been a mistake. If you want to know how bad it could have been, I would actually recommend looking at the Master System version of Double Dragon, which a lot of people love. A lot of people have nostalgic connections to. I personally believe that's because it's an easy port to play through, and it's 2 players. You don't really care too much about the technical side of gameplay when you have that version as a kid. Playing it in retrospect, the hit detection in it is terrible. There is a lot of technical performance problems. The flicker in the Master System port is atrocious in 2-player mode. And I believe that if the NES version had tried to do that on the mapper chips available at the time, it would have been even worse. So they reworked the original Double Dragon to be a single-player console experience that, in my opinion, works out great. I've been working on a YouTube video for years, like a script. I have a script I've been writing for years now that's about Double Dragon 1 in its entirety. I might split it into multiple parts just because of how big the damn script is. But in my section on this game specifically, I actually go through just how brilliantly balanced this game is. Because a lot of people say, oh, it's unfair, you have to level grind, and none of that's true. There's a couple cheap spots in the game, and I will acknowledge them as I get to them. But overall, this is actually a fantastically balanced game, as long as you accept it on its terms and actually try to play it the way you're supposed to play it, instead of bitching about how it's not like the arcade version. Because as somebody who considers Double Dragon to be his favorite video game series of all time, who loves that original arcade version, it's not... I don't know if doing an NES port of that would have been the best choice. This is all in hindsight, obviously. It's a similar deal for Double Dragon 2, but by the time this game came out, they actually had, I think, the MMC... Was it MMC 1 or 3? I forget which revision of the MMC they were working with by the time Double Dragon 2 hits. By the time this hits, mapper chips have increased data storage significantly, which allows Double Dragon 2 to actually have a simultaneous two-player mode, and it's actually one of the best games on the NES in my opinion. But it's still a very different game from the arcade version. They remixed almost the entire game to the point that the first level and the second level, like the level layouts feel totally different. They are not the same game at all. I'd love to do a comparison, but that's not the point of the stream today. And then there's Double Dragon 3, which is a completely different game between the arcade and NES versions, and the NES version is a million times better. I actually love the NES version pretty dearly. I'm all over that. Anyway, let me go put these back on the shelf. Over here. See, I got Double Dragon 1, 2, and 3 on the NES. I got Double Dragon on Genesis. Oh, shit. Oh, guess I gotta pick those up first. Let me try that again. So yeah, I got Double Dragon 1, 2, 3 over here. We got Return on the Super Famicom. Return of Double Dragon is fucking awesome. Double Dragon on Genesis over here. I have the Game Boy Kunio game, which is actually what we got as Double Dragon 2. Double Dragon 2 was a localization of this game. I should really pick up the Game Boy versions of Double Dragon 1 and 2. Sometimes they're not that expensive. And I don't do too many I don't do too many focused collections. My Technos Japan stuff is one of my few focused collections. Because I also got Super Spike V-Ball on the NES, which is a volleyball game made by Technos, and the Double Dragons are actually playable characters in it. They are a team you can play as. I have the NES version of Renegade, which I adore. I've played that on here many times. Super Nintendo version of Combat Tribes, Battletoads Double Dragon. I'm not a big fan of Battletoads, but I do like the Battletoads Double Dragon crossover. That game is fun. And over here at the end, we have my Switch copies of Double Dragon Gaiden and River City Girl Zero, just to kind of round out the collection. So yeah, big fan of this series, big fan of Technos Japan. Very excited for that new collection that they're bringing out on modern consoles with a lot of their more forgotten arcade games. It'll be the first time the arcade versions of the Combat Tribes, and there's something else I remember, but yeah, it'll be the first time the arcade version of the Combat Tribes has been available on a console. It'll be the first time, I'm not counting Evercade, just before a smartass in the audience brings that up, I'm not counting the Evercade as a real modern console. Anyway, it's also going to be the first time we've ever had a modern home release, not even modern, a home release of Shadow Force. And if none of you are familiar with Shadow Force, that game kicks ass. It was the last arcade beat-em-up Technos ever made, and it's so cool. You can like transform into other characters as you're playing the game. It's got a very deep, varied move set. You can actually do different moves with like Street Fighter style commands. There's a block in the game. It's a beat 'em up that has the ability to block incoming hits. It's really good. Shadow Force is amazing. I mean, they kind of did, Sayla, because their development team was fantastic with all this stuff they were making. Like, the amount of actually bad games Technos themselves made could be counted on one hand. And I'm not even thinking of any right now. I'm trying to think of bad Technos games, and all the ones I can think of that would technically qualify weren't actually made by them. Like, the arcade version of Double Dragon 3 was not made by Technos. That was farmed out to East Technology, which is why that game sucks so bad. No, the reason Technos went out of business was because their business their business department was handled by a bunch of financial idiots. Anyway, so today we are going to be working on polishing my ability to play through Double Dragon 2 on a single credit, which I've never fully done before. I've gotten very far in it, but that was a while back. I'm very much out of practice. We're going to be going through the growing pains of relearning this game, but I remember some of the basics, so we're gonna jump into it, see what we can do with it. I'm gonna put on my headphones so I can actually listen to the game while I play, and we are going to start the game. I'm playing this with my my custom arcade stick, of course. It's not really custom, it's an iCade that I gutted and then put a new board into. You all know this thing, it's what I use on my Fightcade streams. So let us begin. This is 1 credit only. If I die, I have to restart. What is that? There's a weird pixel in the middle of the screen. I don't remember that being there when I played the game. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Okay. Huh. That might be something with, Okay, you know what? We're gonna restart we're gonna restart MAME here, just see if I can get rid of that weird dot, because that's not supposed to be there. Whew. Okay, it looks like it's gone. That was weird. I don't know what that was. It's gone, though, so we can focus on playing the game now. I'll admit, I don't know the exact score values for every hit. That's something I'm gonna have to figure out Well, once I get my 1cc skills up to snuff, the next step is going to be figuring out which moves score highest. Now, okay, we're already off to a terrible start here. Now, if you want to know the safe way to fight enemies, it's to hit them with that back kick, and then turn around and grab them. Because the back kick instantly stuns. See? But I don't know if that's the best way to rack up score just because you're hitting them less times. Whereas with the punch, you have like that 1, 2, 3 combo, which is definitely going to give you a higher score, I would think. But it leaves you more open to attack, as you can see there. Okay, we're gonna get this guy out of here first. See, that's the problem with trying to punch enemies, is that it leaves you more open to attack. Enemies also won't walk into your fist. That's something very important to know about this. I feel like a lot of other beat-em-ups, you get very used to enemies willingly walking into range of your attacks. A lot of enemies in Double Dragon will actively try to, they will actively try to avoid that. You also should watch out for any enemy that is carrying a knife, because knives deal very heavy damage. To the point of oftentimes being able to kill you in one shot. A lot of enemies can also be killed in one shot with a knife. At least early on. I believe there's actually a knife guy coming up right here. Yeah, see that guy that just picked up the knife? You want to be wary of that. Yeah, it looks like hitting them with that shovel is like 200 points worth. So that's... This guy will usually throw the shovel before you can't get a chance to pick it up. So I feel like having the shovel on hand and using it during the boss is probably going to help you rack up points, just because you get 200 points worth per hit. Fun fact, you can actually knock Burnov here, the first boss. You can knock him off the building to end the match. But that obviously means you aren't going to get the points for killing him all the way, you know? Ah. Hold on. There we go. Sadly, the game will not let us carry the shovel in the next stage, but... Do you need points for extra lives? Oh, you'll want the points for extra lives, of course. That's without saying. You want to get those extra lives. But, I'm doing it specifically for a score competition. So obviously I want to maximize my score. A lot of this game is very dependent on positioning. There we go. Ah, fuck. I did not want to take that grenade to the head. I did not. That's another one down. Idiot. What does Double Dragon have that games like Streets of Rage don't? Well, first of all, Streets of Rage wouldn't exist without Double Dragon. This came out first. Double Dragon 1 and 2 predate most other beat-em-ups you can think of. Final Fight, Streets of Rage, literally anything Capcom or Konami made would not exist without this. The only beat-em-up I can think of that predates Double Dragon is Renegade, which was also made by Technos. Double Dragon was made as a follow-up to Renegade, so you wouldn't have these. But also, as for what it has, I would say combat in Double Dragon is far more deliberate than in stuff like Streets of Rage or Final Fight. Final Fight and Streets of Rage simplify the beat-em-up formula. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but you have a lot more moves you can do in a Double Dragon game than you can in most Final Fight or Streets of Rage games. At least early on. Like, you have, like, these punches and kicks, right? Like, that's basic stuff. But you have all these different grabs you can do, you have stuff you can do in the air, different button combos have different attacks, like that elbow and this jumping kick. And every single one of those moves is actually very useful. There's also a high degree of lethality to most encounters in this game. Enemies will drop fast, or you'll drop fast, depending on how well you're playing. There's really no in-between. Ow, that was my mistake. Ah, well, that's the end of this run. Taken out by a knife to the face. Didn't even place on the score table that time. Anyway, yeah, that's the end of our first run, so... back to the start we go. We can do better than that, though, for sure. That was a warm-up. Double Dragon 2 in particular, by the way, has a very, well, we'll say atypical, setup in terms of its controls, for people who don't know. Like, the first Double Dragon, you have a punch, a kick, and a jump. And you can press different combinations of those buttons to do different moves. Double Dragon 2, though, changes those controls up a little bit, and some people don't like it. Some people don't like the way some people don't like the fact that it changes up. But basically what it is you have a right button and a left button, and in the middle is your jump. And, yeah, so, like, one button will attack to the right, one will attack to the left. Whichever direction you're facing forward is a punch, backwards is a kick. This allows you to very quickly respond to attacks coming from any direction, which I love. A lot of people find it to be very confusing. A lot of people don't like the fact that you have to keep track of that, but I don't find it all that difficult. The original Renegade is also set up in exactly the same manner, and I love that game as well. Yeah, that's about it, honestly, with the controls here. Some people don't like them. I really like them. Also, I'm taking way too many hits here on the first stage. Now, something you do have to keep in mind when it comes to playing Double Dragon is that you do not have any health replenishment items. You don't have anything to restore your health when you get hurt. There's no, like, turkey hidden in a trash can for you to pick up, or, like, sodas for you to collect or anything. That bar is all you have for that life, and it only gets restored. It gets restored to full, though, but it only gets restored to full when you beat the stage. So that's something to bear in mind. I'm not too upset about the hits I might take, so long as I'm not losing lives everywhere. Like I just did there because I accidentally picked up a weapon. Actually, I should be picking up those weapons because they do deal more damage. Maybe I should reset the game and check that. Ow. Yeah, because the punches were 50 points, but attacking with weapons were 200, right? Let me see here. No, hit him. I'm actually not even playing the game properly anymore. I'm looking at the score up top to see what it does. Yeah, that's 200 points. Okay, yeah. So I should not be avoiding weapons. There's a lesson y'all can take into your own runs. Don't avoid weapons. They get you points. What do I think of 2D linear beat-em-ups like Ninja Warriors? First of all, Ninja Warriors specifically, that game is awesome. One of the best Super Nintendo beat-em-ups. I think they can be very well done. I mean, before you had proper beat-em-ups like Renegade and Double Dragon, you have the grandfather of the whole genre with Irem's Kung Fu Master, also known as Spartan X. And that's kind of its own school of design when it comes to making a beat-em-up in that style. I think it can be done very well. There you go. See, that's how it's done. That's what a successful run through combat in this game should look like. Now I'm getting my sea legs back. Okay, we're gonna watch out for this Roper here. He's gonna throw a, he's gonna try to throw that box at you if he gets the chance. And the box can deal a pretty hefty amount of damage. You can kick it out of the way. Don't try to pick up a weapon when you're surrounded by enemies, by the way. That never ends well. You also might be noticing one other thing you have to contend with in the arcade version of Double Dragon 2. It's pretty unavoidable. And that is the slowdown. And Double Dragon 2, in particular, is infamous for its slowdown. None of that, sir. I'm trying to do the math on if this actually gets more points, because yeah, you get more points per hit, but I am missing out on a lot of extra hits with punch chains and throws. That's something I'll have to experiment with various strategies on. Ah, fuck. Have you heard of the Tango Project? Oh, of course! I love Tango Project. They have not had a miss yet. Ah, fuck. Yeah, knives will end your run very quickly. No, Tango Project rules. Like, they did Ninja Saviors, which was the remake of Ninja Warriors, which was excellent. Pocky and Rocky Reshrined. Wild Guns, Reloaded, and most recently, which I haven't gotten to play this yet, but most recently they did, Shadow of the Ninja, which is excellent. Why am I carrying this? Yeah, I think I could definitely be getting more points by punching things. So we're gonna keep that in mind next run. Now punches are more risky, but yeah, I definitely think I had more points by the end of the stage than I did here. Shadow of the Ninja didn't disappoint either. Glad to hear it. No, Tango Project understands the assignment better than most when it comes to remakes of classic games. Damn it! Ugh. I'm already kind of screwing up the points here. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Let me see if I can do this, since I'm not gonna get those. I'm not gonna get the, fuck. I'm not gonna get the extra points I wanted here, so I'm gonna see if I can knock them off the building just to show you guys that. Nope, I killed him before that happened. Yeah, I think I would've... Okay, so there you go, guys. Probably don't pick up weapons if you want to get more points, because I think you earn more points just from the constant beatdown of your fists and your throw attacks. Just comparing the points I earned on that run versus the previous run. Alright, let's take out a Bobo over here. Or Bolo, I guess. Technically not a Bobo, technically Bolo. Names. Every enemy in the game actually has a name. I can't always remember them, but they have names. So yeah, this is Bolo. He's like a Bobo, but he has hair and he has Bolo Young's name. Then over here you have Linda. Most of the enemy names, at least from the first Double Dragon, are references back to Bruce Lee films. Linda is named after Linda Cadwell. Bruce Lee's wife. The enemies Williams and Roper are named after characters from Enter the Dragon. There's also Abobo himself, with his name in this game, Bolo, being a reference to Bolo Young, who was a major... Well, not necessarily a major. He was a character in Enter the Dragon as well. Fantastic actor. If you guys don't know him from Enter the Dragon, he was also in Bloodsport, and he ruled in that just as hard. He was also in one of my favorite Bloodsport knockoffs, that being Blood Fight. Blood Fight rules. I love that. I love that movie. Matter of fact, the drunk, the drunk command on my trigger board, that is also a Blood Fight reference. That's a line from the movie. Anyway, even down to the Lees themselves, there's a reason their last names are Lee. Billy and Jimmy Lee. And I think it goes further than that. I can't prove this, but Bruce Lee's, well, in air quotes, because Game of Death is a hack job movie. But the character Bruce Lee plays in Game of Death, the Robert Klaus version, is named Billy Lowe. So I've always figured that that's probably where the name Billy comes from, for Billy Lee. Billy Lowe, Billy Lee. Jimmy, on the other hand, is named after Jimmy Page. I have nothing else to add to that. That's just 100% confirmed by the developers. Jimmy is named after Jimmy Page, the guitarist. Because why not, right? Hey, David! Welcome in. Fuck. Ah! How you doing? Doing just fine. We're working on polishing our 1cc of Double Dragon 2. We've only just started, and it's been a long time since I practiced this one, so definitely a bit of learning pain going on right now. Oh great, the boss is arriving. Well, I'm dead. Yep, that's the end of that run. More fun random Double Dragon trivia for y'all. That boss right there, the one who looks kind of like a weird Arnold Schwarzenegger, his name is Andore. And Andore is actually an edited sprite from another Technos game. That being WWF Superstars, the World Wrestling Federation game that they made. Which, the graphical style in that game is very similar to Double Dragon if you haven't seen it. WWF Superstars, if you ever wanted to see what, Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior and Randy Savage would look like in Double Dragon, that game exists. There's even a Double Dragon fan game where you can play as them in the original Double Dragon, which is really cool. I played that on here before. Really good game. But yeah, Andore in this game is an edited Andre the Giant sprite. That was not the only wrestling game that that Technos made. They also made WrestleFest, which was another arcade game, which is just as awesome. Different roster. I am kind of disappointed that Randy Savage is no longer in it, but you get like Hacksaw, Jim Duggins, and Sergeant Slaughter. So, you know, still pretty good. And to tie it all back to Double Dragon would not exist without Technos' original wrestling game, Mat Mania, also known as Exciting Hour, which plays a lot like their later WWF titles. It's kind of like a prototype of those in a way. And the 3D kind of isometric movement of that wrestling game is what inspired the addition of that type of movement in Double Dragon and Renegade. Renegade specifically. That inspired Renegade being able to move in all those directions. And Double Dragon was made as a spiritual successor to Renegade. So, yeah, it all kind of comes together from there. Map Mania is a good game, too. I played that one last year for a, when I was doing, like, those Techno Summer streams. Which, those were all very fun. I enjoyed those a lot. Here we go. Alright. Here we go. Another run. I do want to actually clear this at least once tonight, so we're going to have to get serious. That was a terrible start to the run. One of your greatest enemies in this game, by the way, is the slowdown. Purely because of the fact that there will be times where the game is playing lightning fast, like right now. And then once too much stuff shows up on the screen, the slowdown kicks in. And it can be very unpredictable. Anyway, we're going to try to do this run without picking up the weapons, just because I feel like the weapons were getting us less hits than the, I feel like it was offset by the... Like, getting 200 points per hit with that whip is great, unless we're getting more points by just stacking up consecutive hits, you know? It's a case of math. Get that box out of here. There you go. Well, I didn't mean to get both Aborde and Williams out here at the same time. That can be problematic. That. Ah, okay, we're not doing great right now. Man, I'm out of practice on this. I used to be so much better at this. Because I was obsessively playing this game back when I first got my computer. Those knives, man, I'm telling you, it's those knives. Oh yeah, no, the NES version is what I grew up playing. Very different game from this. Okay, there we go. Eventually I'll stop losing lives on the first stage. Eventually that'll happen. I remember a time where I was good enough at this that getting to the third stage on one life was no problem. Alright, here we go. Now I take on this guy. Now I want to go at him from this direction because I don't want to knock him off the building to end the match early. There we go. That's That's how you take on Burnoff right there. And look at that. Look at our points this time. See? See? That's a much better score. I knew I could get something way better than what I'd been getting. If I heard Eartheon, Yuzo Koshiro's new shmup on the Genesis, right? Still in development last I checked. That looks like it's gonna be awesome. Ah, not the clap. There we go. Before you can't wait for it to come out. I keep my ear to the ground when it comes to a lot of this retro stuff. I very much enjoy it. I don't always have the money to indulge in what I would like in the retro community, but I always try to keep my eye out for what's coming up. There we go. No ball for you, Roper. See, we're starting to get into the rhythm of things. Still would have been nice if I didn't die on the first stage there, but we're getting into the rhythm. The villain's coming Mary, then finding out they're the leads are on the way about you. Oh my god, that's Goku's kid. You idiots! Kidnapped Goku's kid? Yeah. Still can't believe that the official word on this game is that the Lees didn't kill anyone. These guys are whipping knives around and spiked flails and knocking people into pits and beating them, just beating the holy hell out of them. The hell you mean there were no fatalities here? What was the point of the revenge then? Ugh, Double Dragon 4 was fucking stupid. They even edited the knife throw animations. Like in Double Dragon 1 and 2, when you throw a knife, it is very, very, very clear that that knife hit hard. But then Double Dragon 4 comes along, and they specifically animate it so that the knife doesn't hit them. It always flips around so that the hilt hits them, which is a very cool little programming technique, don't get me wrong. I like what you do with the animation there, but the fact that you're insisting that the Lees don't kill people is kind of ridiculous, considering how lethal the combat in the early games were. Well, I meant to hit Linda with that, but whatever. Now to deal with this asshole. You do not ever want to let an enemy approach you head-on in Double Dragon, just for the record, because that'll happen. The safe way to fight this guy is to actually use the forward leaping kick. I don't know if that's a good way to get points off of it, though. That's a much better score than we've gotten thus far. We're doing much better. Ugh. It would actually be quicker for me to hit the reset button than to wait for the timer to go down. Alright, here we go. Why do I have a bunch of messages? Ah, that's why. Raid is the Ren serve cold or hot with a side of vintage cider. Welcome in, Skullcraw. You just reminded me, in my absence from raiding, you know what? Well, not raiding. My absence from streaming, you know what I've forgotten to do entirely? I forgot to test out... Yeah, there we go. Glad that's playing. I haven't played this in so long that I completely, well, not play, I haven't streamed in long enough that I completely forgot that when I go live, I always try to test out my, hello, we got a bot in here that I can remove. Yeah, I can get that easily. Hey, Falco, welcome back in. We're working on it. It's been a while. I'm currently in the middle of banning a bot and also making sure my triggers are actually set up because I forgot to do that. Let me see here, cause yeah, I completely forgot to do that before I went live. It's been so long since I've done this. I forgot one of the basic rules of doing my streams is when I have these. Let me see if I can get one of these to run.
No, you are too drunk.
There it is. Yes, I have played the Turbo CD version of Double Dragon 2. It's a fantastic 16-bit version of the NES game.
It's in the Bible?
Have you ever actually read the Bible?
What was my newest one? I made a new one. I can't remember what it was. Oh, I remember now. Where is it?
Will it blend? That is the question.
These are fun. Alright, let me get these notifications out of the way too. There we go. That's better. Trying to run stuff to DVD, but your computer and the burner are having discriminate selling the program. The burn it disagrees and crashes. Oof. That's no good. Alright. Playing some Mario Golf in the Game Boy Color. Oh, nice. Yeah, those ones are interesting. Those old, the old Mario Golf and Mario Tennis games on the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance. Those are, they've got, like, almost, like, RPG elements to them, which is cool. The way that you can wander around and interact with the characters. More sports games should try to do that. It would make it more interesting. Or at the very least, think about, doing it the way... Do it the way... You know what more sports games should have? More sports games need to look at what Street Fighter 6 did for World Tour mode. And they should, the newest Mario Golf on Switch does that. Neat. But yeah, they should do more of what Street Fighter World Tour does and let you, like, get into the world and characters. And that weird blinking dot on the screen is back, so we're gonna quickly shut off the emulator and boot it back up so that goes away. It probably did that because I clicked out of the emulator, I would think. There we go. Super Rush is cool. I haven't played a Mario Golf game since Toadstool Tour on the Game Boy, not Game Boy, on the GameCube. That was a while back. Alright. Well, starting another run. Thank you for the raid. I'm very glad that the raid message actually played. Stopped yourself from raiding on Switch 2. Oh, man. We've all been doing that, man. We've all been doing that. You know what? I don't even think the pricing on the Switch 2 itself is terrible. I have concerns about the pricing of the games, but $450 for the Switch 2 itself, that's not bad. I just don't have the money for it. Because I barely make money in the first place. That is too rich for my blood. $80 for games, on the other hand? Oh boy. We could have conversations about that. I'm not even saying there aren't games that are worth $80. I am saying Mario Kart is not one of them. There was a Switch 1. Pot roast in the cast iron, kill it, skillet. Oh, kill it. Yeah, skillet and some gravy. That sounds delicious. Expected to be higher with the tariffs. That's actually something interesting to talk about here. Hold on. So, that's actually not a sure thing. Not because the tariffs aren't going to make Nintendo want to price it higher, but Nintendo knew those tariffs were coming before they even made the Switch 2 announcement. I promise you that, because everyone was already talking about it. Alright? They knew that was coming. They did the Switch 2 reveal. Then the EU pricing got leaked. People were seeing, oh, these games are going to be like $80, $90 looking at the European listings. Because the only game that has a confirmed price right now is Mario Kart. That's the only one that got the confirmed $79.99 price tag. Alright? Alright? So that all comes out. People are yelling online at the price. Nintendo's paying attention to see who's willing, who will bite. Who's going to be interested in paying $70, $80, $90 for games? Is this going to work? Are people suckers enough? They've been watching. And now that these tariffs are going to affect, this is the perfect opportunity for Nintendo to look at that, tell everybody, okay, due to the tariffs, we have to stop and reassess how high we're pricing everything. And I'm seeing people throw around ideas like, oh, Switch games are going to be $100 a pop, and the Switch is going to be like $500, $600. I saw somebody throw around $600 as the price of the Switch. Here's the thing. Nintendo's watching. They're going to pay attention to that. So when they announce the new prices, they'll be higher. They will be higher, alright? They're not going to be that high. I tell you right now, the Switch ain't going to be $500. Regular Switch games are not going to be $100 a pop. Will they be a little higher than what they advertised at first? Maybe. That's a possibility. But the point is, it's psychological is what this is. This is part of business. It's a psychological thing. Where you're primed for one price, you're expecting a new price based off of this set of circumstances. So when they announce the new price and it's not as expensive as you thought you were going to be, you're going to psychologically lower your guard. Because, oh, okay, it's $480, not $450. It's you know, they announce the price and you're like, oh, it's going to be $500. It's going to be $500. And it's like, oh, it's like $460, $480, right? And you're like, oh, well, that's not as bad as I thought it was. You know, that's what's going to happen. That is what's going to happen. So, be wary of that. Do I think that things will be expensive? Well, more expensive? Yeah, I think that's a possibility. Do I think it'll be as high as everybody is saying it's going to be based off of their projections for how much more expensive things will have to be to make money off the tariffs? I don't think that's the case. Because Nintendo has to balance all of that against how many people they think are going to buy a Switch. More people buying a less... It's a weird thing, because the higher price something is, the less people are going to buy it. So you're counting on that inflated price tag to balance out the people who aren't going to buy the product. But on the flip side, when you lower the price of the product and more people can afford it, more people are buying it, which means you're getting, instead of... Let's just go really basic math here. Instead of 3 people buying a $100 product and you getting $300 in return, let's say 6 people buy a $50 product. You know? Well, now that's $300 from 6 people, which seems like it's not great. But then imagine if those 6 people that bought the $50 product are now instead 9, 12. You're already making more money than you would be with that. You see what I'm saying here, right? Because more people are buying the lower priced product, and if enough people buy the lower priced product, it will become more profitable than the higher priced product. That's the psychology that's going into play here. They have to balance all of that. It's like, can we set the price low enough but high enough to not take a loss on this because of how many people will buy it? And you got to take into account taxes and tariffs and all. It's a business game. Which, by the way, is how I don't normally get political here, but the more and more things in this country carry on, the more I really start to have a lot of political thoughts. Not positive ones. But the way our idiot-in-chief is running the country right now is specifically like a business. And, yeah, we'll see how that plays out for him. But he's basically attempting to bully all the other countries into playing ball with him. That's the idea here. It's a case of, I'm gonna keep doing this until you do what I want. You're gonna come to the table and talk to me. And you're gonna acquiesce to what I want. That's what it is. It's all a business game, is what it is. So, yeah. We'll see what the final prices of the Switch 2 end up being. We'll end up seeing what the final specs end up being. We'll see how that works. And, again, I have to say, I'm not opposed on principle to the idea of an $80 game if the game is worth $80. If I feel like the work put in this game and the effort put into it is worth $80, then yeah, I totally believe you should charge that, even if I can't afford it, because I can't afford $80 games. I'll tell you that flat out. I literally can't afford $80 games. But if you put that sort of work into the game and you spent that sort of money making it, then you gotta make that money back somehow. So I'm not opposed to it. But fucking Mario Kart for $80? Are you kidding me, Nintendo? No deal. No deal, Nintendo. Not happening. So, yeah. I see what you're saying, Falco, about you hope nobody buys Switch 2 games because the prices need to be lower. Again, I don't think it's a bad thing for a game to be $80. I would hope that whatever new Zelda game Nintendo ends up making for this, it's, A, not Breath of the Wild. I'm sick of Breath of the Wild. No more Breath of the Wild, Nintendo. You have made 4 games set in that universe. We don't need more. That does not need to be everything Zelda is from now on. I'm sick of it. But also, yeah, if you put the amount of money and work into it to be worth $80, yeah, I think you've earned that. Just as long as you're putting the work and effort into it. So I'm not opposed to $80 video games. I need to make that clear. I just don't think every video game is going to be worth $80. And this is where, finally, the power of you, the viewer, come into play. Alright? This is important. You, as the prospective customer of Nintendo, have the power to look at the money they're charging you for a game and say, nah. You have the power to look at any game. Any game. You think Nintendo versus Piracy will be a funny upcoming battle? Oh, man. That battle's already been fought. That battle's still being fought, dude. And you gotta help us. This is the thing, though. It's up to you to decide if the video game in question is worth $80. As the consumer, don't mindlessly put that down because, oh, I gotta have the new game or it might sell out. You don't need to do that. Also, Ryu, I don't think Nintendo vs. Piracy will be as big of a battle as you're putting it because they're already trying to curb that with the way they're offering services on the Switch, too. I will say, things would not be as bad for Nintendo emulation as they are currently if people hadn't fucking used a Switch emulator to pirate Tears of the Kingdom 2 weeks before it came out. That I have a real problem with. And bear in mind, we're using a ROM right now on MAME to play Double Dragon 2, although I do actually own the game on the Switch. I have bought it. But this is important. If you are somebody who decided, I'm going to use the Switch emulator to get a hold of Tears of the Kingdom 2 weeks before it's even out, you're scum. You're a scumbag. Do not give me that video game preservation speech. That is, I'm not paying Nintendo the price they want for the game, but I still want to play the game.
Dicks! You're all dicks!
Exactly. That is piracy. That is thievery. That is illegal. And the people who were behind that not only deserved everything they got, but make it far worse for people who are actually fighting for video game preservation. That is 100% a fact. If you think Nintendo is charging too much for Tears of the Kingdom, your solution is not to pirate the game. Your solution is not to buy the fucking game because you're not entitled to play it. You are not entitled to play the new Zelda game. That's not how it works. You are not entitled to pirate the new Zelda game because you don't want to pay for it. And that's the end of the story. If you think the new Zelda game costs too much, you don't want to pay for it, cool, you don't get to play it. That's as simple as it is. That's how it should be. But because idiots decided to do that and pirate brand new Nintendo Switch games on a Switch emulator, it brought a massive amount of scrutiny towards emulation. Because until now, people were emulating like 10, 20, 30-year-old video games. Things that were not available for purchase anymore. Things that were out of print. Things that you could not easily get a hold of. But then you have people who are out here pirating games that are out on store shelves and saying it's an own to the people like, oh, I'm owning Nintendo by, you know, and it's a problem because all you're doing is making it difficult for people out here who are actually trying to preserve this shit. Like, I'm sorry, I have no sympathy for you if you got sued by Nintendo for getting a hold of an early copy of Tears of the Kingdom. There's zero sympathy from me on that. You earned that. Wait, pirate movies are show. I don't know what you're asking me, Billy. It's illegal every time. Billy, if you're concerned that you've broken the law and the FBI's coming to get you, I'm going to tell you a secret. If you downloaded a movie off the internet, you've already pirated the movie. There are movies that are out of print that you cannot get anywhere, and there's a legal gray area to be made for that. But piracy is illegal. That's the bottom line here. Now, is the FBI gonna come to your house and break down your door?
Open up!
Yeah, that. You think that's gonna happen because you pirated, I don't know, Super Mario Brothers on the NES? Hell no. No, that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. But did you pirate a brand new video game or movie that just came out last week? And here's the more important thing. Are you distributing that? Are you somebody who is actively uploading that file to the internet for other people to download? Yeah, if you get found out and you get fined, if you get found out for that, that's you fucking around and finding out. So for fun, yes, that Falco, I am all for, because I'm not paying $1,000 to play Earthbound on Super Nintendo. That's not happening. It will never happen. And I don't think I should have to, because the only person making money off of that copy of Earthbound is the guy selling it for $500 in Georgia on eBay, right? Nintendo isn't seeing a cent of that money. I am not harming them by pirating that. It's the same deal with, I don't know. I don't know if this movie has a Blu-ray release or not. But say Shakedown. I don't know if this has a Blu-ray release or not, but let's say for the sake of argument, Shakedown doesn't have a Blu-ray release. And you don't want to pay somebody's overinflated money on, you don't want to do that, right? Well, I will not be upset at you, and I don't think anybody else will, if you just watch a copy of it on the internet somewhere. For sake of argument, Billy, for the sake of argument, we're going to say this doesn't have a Blu-ray release, okay? For the sake of argument, we're saying it doesn't. Even if it does, we're saying it doesn't. You don't need to send a picture of it on Discord. I know it has a Blu-ray release, now that you've said it. I'm saying, for the sake of argument, let's say this doesn't. If it doesn't, if there's no way to get a hold of this, you literally don't need to prove to me that it has a Blu-ray release. You don't need to prove it to me. I believe you. Point is, we're saying for the sake of... Actually, I have a better one. Hold on. I know exactly what it is, and if anybody in here is an old school anime fan, you might actually understand where I'm going with this. One of my favorite anime of all time. I don't actually have a copy of it to show you, believe it or not. But let me grab this box here, because I do have merch from it. Let me put my Ninja Turtles figures back here up on the shelf. Not mean for them to fall like that. Alright, there we go. Them back up. Stay still. I will stand them back up later. I don't have time for that. Alright. This is the Ixer Robo from the anime Fight Ixer 1. And I love that anime. It's a 3-part mecha horror OVA with lots of influences from like the Cthulhu mythos, and it's super violent. Has lots of great action, great music. Just a cool little classic, ultra-violent anime classic, in my opinion. Here's my model kit of the robot from the show. Anyway, yeah. This does not have a modern Blu-ray release of any sort, and I've been waiting for a good couple of years to see if one will pop up. There is not a modern American Blu-ray release, by the way. I think there might be a Japanese one, but there has not been a localized version with American subtitles or any of the dubs or anything like that. But there is not a easily acquirable modern English release of that. And if you go look for it on eBay, people are asking at minimum $80 for it. I almost had the chance to pick it up for $40, but somebody outbid me on on the copy I was going to get, so I ended up not getting it. But it's there's no way to get a hold of it legally, like without paying somebody on eBay for an overpriced Blu-ray. No, not Blu-ray, an overpriced DVD. Or you can buy like a VHS copy. The VHS copies are fine. Like, you can pick them up that way if you want. Like, those aren't really that highly priced. I might actually do that once I have a VHS player. I can see myself doing that. A VCR. That's what they're called. Anyway, I can see myself doing that. I don't have a problem with doing that. But point is, I don't have a way to get a hold of a nice, crisp copy of Ixer 1. So my only option, if I want to watch that movie in a good quality with English subtitles, or maybe I want to listen to it with the old dub that was done back in the 90s, my only option is to either pay for an overpriced DVD on Shag's forgetting what a VCR is, doesn't exist to carry you. Oh no, my facade of being an 80s 90s kid is going to be shattered. But the only way you can really do that is to go online and find somebody's rip of the anime. And there's several anime that are like that. Mariu Senki is another one I can think of off the top of my head. Which, yeah, good luck. Actually, no, another one I can think of that doesn't have a Blu-ray release and probably never will because nobody likes it except for me. Ninja Resurrection. If Ninja Resurrection got a Blu-ray release where that was being presented in its best possible quality, I'd buy it in a heartbeat. I love Ninja Resurrection. I know it's unfinished. I know that it's an unfinished anime. Okay. Yeah, outside of a 40-year-old VHS. So yeah, there are instances where I believe piracy is necessary for the preservation of media. Because a lot of things would be lost otherwise. Because the people who made these things, the companies who own, not the people who made it actually, the companies who own a lot of these properties don't look at them as any form of art or culture. They look at them as product. Wait, Battle Angel doesn't have a Blu-ray release? The fuck? There's a new James Cameron movie based off that shit. Why wouldn't you? Somebody out there is sitting on money. Well, I guess if Cameron ever gets another Battle Angel movie out there, we'll do that. Pretty sure it doesn't? Yeah, well, somebody should fix that, especially since there's a big budget movie based off of it. What? I'm pretty sure Kite got a re-release back when it got a live-action adaptation. That hurts. That hurts to think about. Okay. Hungary owns the rights to Little Fox, the sequel bombed badly, so no one wants the rights. Yeah, that can happen too. Sometimes the company will just hold something hostage, you know? That's actually why some anime doesn't get a re-release, is because whoever owns the rights doesn't want to play ball. Sometimes whoever owns the rights doesn't even want the anime to get re-released in America. It's happened. It's unfinished and short. Yeah, no, I know about the Alita OVA adaptation. I'm aware of it. Good lord. There's a great many anime that don't even have any English release at all. The Ninja Gaiden OVA comes to mind. The Super Mario Brothers anime from the 80s comes to mind. There's actually a couple Mario anime. Like, there's one that aired on TV around the time of Mario 3 that is like a Mario retelling of a bunch of Japanese fables. I saw one where it was Mario retelling, there was one where it was Mario retelling, Momotaro. Which was such a weird thing to watch when I was a teenager. Yeah, well, Digimon's here too. Yeah, I know which one. I watched Digimon the movie back when I was younger. It fucking sucked. The actual movies it's chopped together from rule. Digimon R War Game is awesome. But yes, I am glad that that's been preserved in some regards, so people who are nostalgic for it can watch it in a good quality. Like, that's cool. I'm glad it's not lost to limbo. Doo-doo rights issue, Shaggy. Thank you, Fred. I figured you'd have an answer to that. That's weird. Man, that also sucks. That's one that would definitely... I feel like that would have been at least a small success with the new movie that came out. I feel like that would have synergized well, you know? Man. And yes, KBX, there was a Ninja Gaiden OVA. It's alright. I like it. It's violent. It's, got scenes of Ryu fighting a bunch of, like, biomutants. It's cool. I like that a lot. Now, to be a little fair to the people releasing these movies, the rights don't last forever, and you can't keep printing things indefinitely when it's costing you money. That is definitely something to bear in mind. Headmaster say, but you love Victory and Master Force. I never actually have to watch any of the Japanese Transformers trilogy. And it is out of print, which sucks, but also they can't keep that in print forever when people aren't buying it, you know? Like, you have to think realistically here. Regardless, when your only option is either paying somebody like $500 for an out-of-print DVD or finding somebody's scan of it online, you don't gotta... Yeah. You know? Now, there's obviously the other argument I had earlier about you don't have to own it or watch it either. Like, you're not entitled to it. That's an argument to be made there. However, several of these things, ranging from obscure anime dubs to even just obscure anime, to even just obscure movies, like direct to VHS type stuff, would be lost forever if it weren't for people trying to like preserve this stuff, like trying to share it with people because they think it's cool. Because the companies who release a lot of this stuff, to them it was just product to generate money. But for one or two individuals out there, that movie might have become one of their all-time favorites that they want to share with the world. They want more people to see. And if the companies are failing to make that available, the only way you're going to share that is by sharing it with your friends via piracy, you know? The reason I feel strongly about this subject in the first place, yes, Billy, those are all piracy sites. They're all illegal. There's a reason they go down like flies. That is illegal. That's what those anime watching sites are. Heck, fun fact for y'all, Crunchyroll started out as an anime piracy site. They eventually went legit and actually started buying licenses to show stuff, but Crunchyroll started out as a piracy site. So there's a fun fact for y'all. Yeah. Anyway, the reason I feel the same thing as Hulu, I don't remember if Hulu started out as a piracy site or not. I know Crunchyroll did. Anyway, the reason I feel strongly about this in the first place is because these companies view what they're making as product. This is meant to generate money, and when it stops generating money, they throw it away. It's not needed anymore. It's useless. It's worse than useless. It's dead weight. They don't view what they're making as art, as part of culture, which is what a lot of these things are. Video games and movies are art. They are absolutely art. Even when it's something as cheesy and low budget and, you know, I don't know. Even when it's something like Shakedown, which I fucking love this movie. This is art. This movie's art. I can point to pretty much any movie over here on my shelf and go, yeah, this is a form of art. Sometimes it's shitty art, but it's still art. The most shameless, schlocky, rip-off exploitation, Shakedown is a blast. Yeah, I love Shakedown. That movie is so fun. I need to rewatch it again sometime soon, because I haven't watched it in a bit, and oh, I love that movie. Oh my gosh, is it playing up there on the TV right now? Oh, it is ordained by fate that I brought that up, I guess. What are the odds that I'm talking about Shakedown, and then this 7-hour playlist up here plays the Shakedown clip randomly? Oh, that's cosmically hilarious. Okay. But yeah. These are works of art. These are pieces of culture, and they deserve preservation for that alone. Do I like Roadhouse? I've not actually watched Roadhouse. That is one that is still yet to be watched by me, which is funny because I love Patrick Swayze. But yeah, all this stuff, that's art. The stack of games over here, that stuff's art. It deserves to be preserved for future generations to experience. It's a thing, you know? But these companies aren't going to do that because all they're focused on is the profit. That's all they care about. So if they don't think their product is going to make money, they're going to discontinue it. They're going to not have it available anymore. And they're going to be very upset if somebody else is showing it because so here's an interesting thing to note, actually. Most companies won't care that you're pirating their old, unused products because they wouldn't be making money on it anyway. When they start caring is when they notice that a lot of people are pirating this movie. Like when they notice that this movie that they didn't care about anymore is suddenly popular again. When people see that, when the people running the company see that, then they'll get upset about the piracy that's happening because, wait, we could be making money off of these. You know? That's where it comes from. I was Double Dragon, but now we're talking about movie and video game piracy and preservation. And oh, man. And I should also make this very clear to you guys. I'm not even somebody who hates piracy just as a thing. Like, if you want to go out there and pirate stuff, I don't care. Do that. Don't complain when the law catches up with you, but if you want to pirate, it's your life, you know? That is up to you. Just look at what happened. People got sued by IRAA. Okay. After got into more trouble. Oh boy. You already said that, Billy. Napster. Anyway, yeah. So this all started because we were talking about the Switch 2 and pricing, and me saying I don't think $80 is unreasonable for certain games. For certain games, $80, not that unreasonable. But it depends on the game being offered, and there's no way in hell, I don't care what sort of work or wizardry they put into the new Mario Kart. I don't care that it's open world. I don't care. It's not worth $80 because it's fucking Mario Kart. Just straight up. Also, Nintendo, I see you with your... I was about to say, I see you, Nintendo, with your $500 Mario Kart bundle Switch 2. I see what you're doing there, offering the game for a much lower price if you buy it with the Switch. I see you. That's how you're planning to sell the game, isn't it? That's how you're planning to sell the game and the Switch. Mm-hmm. I see you over here. You think you're smart. You think you're sly. You're not. Anybody with a brain on their shoulders could see that's what you're doing. Maybe, Billy. Maybe. Depends on if I have time. You all know that I haven't exactly had an abundance of that lately. Anyway, I think we were playing a game. Like, streaming is taking over and replacing physical media. It's been doing that, dude. That's the direction they... Oh my gosh, you guys are going to get me started on a whole other tangent before I even get back to playing the game. Ugh. I need to make this very clear to you guys. And I'm going to make sure this is succinct because I only have something... this is all I have to say right here. If they're dead, Switch 2 for every American. Oh boy. Fuck that guy. Anyway. I'm going to make this very clear to you guys. Physical media only ends when you let it. If every company suddenly just decided at the same time to stop making physical copies and just do only digital from now on, fun fact, you have the ability to stop buying their products. Make them feel that decision. Because I'll tell you right now, if they make this switch, they're betting that when they make this switch over, that they will make more money, that it will be fine, it'll all even out. If you're a human that's smart enough to stop and go, well, I don't want to do that, and you stop paying for digital goods, eventually they have to start offering physical goods to offset that. You just have to not be a sheep. That's all it takes. It's like a ticket to the Minecraft movie. Yeah, people like that are what's wrong with the world, Infocon. Just gonna make that very clear. But I want to play Kirby. Digital bubble bursts. That's assuming it does or gets to that point, or, you know, we don't have bigger issues to worry about than a digital bubble bursting, right? And Billy coming along here proving my point. Anyway, yeah. Fun fact. Fun fact. You can not buy those products. Everyone could choose to not buy those products. You do not have to give in to the brainwashing that says you have to have that thing. I would know because I've been doing that for myself for years. For literal years, because I don't have the actual money to afford this stuff. There's a game I've been wanting to play that's been out for, I think it's been out for a whole year and a half now. It's Dragon Quest III, the remake on Switch. I really want to play it. I've been wanting to play it for a while. I haven't managed to pick it up yet because I don't make the money to justify that purchase, and it's not even that expensive anymore. Watch grown men act like children from green screens. I'd rather not. I don't watch movies that I know I'm not going to enjoy. Gonna make that clear. I also don't watch every new thing that gets released. Partially because I don't want to, partially because I don't have the time, and partially because I don't have the money. I can't go see every new movie that releases in theaters that I am interested in. You know? I have to think very carefully about what to spend my money on. And more people should be thinking carefully about what to spend their money on. People nowadays do not understand the value of a dollar. A single dollar, mind you. People do not understand the value of a dollar. And they will just mindlessly buy whatever they want as soon as they can. And then they wonder why they don't have money for groceries later that week. Well, if you hadn't bought a $60 game last week, that's $60 you could have spent on a meal. And I know it can get more expensive than that. The pricing thing is just way bigger right now, okay? The pricing issues go way beyond video games. There is a problem with our society right now. You know? And that's something that's way too big for me to tackle on a stream when I barely make any money in the first place. But my point is, people are willing to pay ridiculous amounts for luxury items, and then seem surprised when they're struggling even more than they were already. And here's the part that really confounds me. If you're buying a new $60 video game every month, how much of a backlog do you have? Because I refuse to believe you have finished every game you've bought. Because pretty much every single friend I have who plays video games has a gigantic unplayed backlog of things they could be jumping into. But instead they see the newest shiny thing, and everybody else is jumping into it, so I better get in there too. This is part of why I'm comfortable missing out on something like Dragon Quest 3 for a bit. It's because I have an insane backlog of things I could play through. It's why I've been working through Final Fantasy IV on stream, and once we finish that, we'll probably jump into Tales of Symphonia next. I want to play through these games. It's just... I have literally no reason to buy these new games. Straight up. I have no reason to buy these. Gift cards you received for the last few years? Well, I mean, if you received a gift card that can only be spent on an eShop purchase, I mean, that's it, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I think what I'm trying to say here, guys, is that you don't have to have the shiny new toy. You really don't. Let's install the Windows 95 emulators and go to Abandonware. We'll have games for days. Dude, if I get into the games I have installed and some of my emulator stuff in here, we'll be here all day. I'm not going to play every game I want to before I die. I'll make that very clear. I could be playing games till I'm 90 years old, and I still wouldn't play every video game I want to play. Not gonna happen. So I take it as it goes. I play what I feel like playing in the moment, and that's about all I gotta do. Now, I will warn you guys, I've made it very clear to my family that for my birthday this year, I only want Dragon Quest III. If I get nothing else, I will be cool with that. Okay? But I want Dragon Quest III. And I'm warning you, when I get Dragon Quest III, you all better prepare for the longest dry spell you ever had in my channel, because that is all I'm going to stream. That is it. For like, I don't know, a couple months straight, we are going to just be playing Dragon Quest III as often as I can. You don't have a choice. You do not have a choice when I get Dragon Quest III. It will be Dragon Quest III all the time.
Dungeons and Dragons is a real serious problem.
But Dragon Quest isn't. I'm fine. I'm in the clear. Dragon Quest wasn't even mentioned in that video. So it works. But yeah, we're going to get into that. I'm going to jump hardcore into Dragon Quest 3. As a matter of fact, I've actually been playing Dragon Quest 9 off stream.
You are all weirdos.
Off stream, guys.
Ugh.
I'm going to be playing stuff off stream for myself for the first time in forever. It's fantastic. Because I don't have to stream every game I play. I've already started my Dragon Quest 9 playthrough. I'm not going to restart it just so y'all can watch me play it. Y'all shit out of luck on that. Yeah, what are we doing here? Oh, man. So, yeah. But we will be jumping hardcore into Dragon Quest 3. When I get that, because that is a game I have been wanting to play ever since it came out. I love the original Dragon Quest III. It's one of my favorite video games of all time. And they've added a lot of new features into Dragon Quest III Remake that I am excited to play. I do have issues with the censorship in it. However, I have reviewed it and have decided that while I'm not happy about it and I will voice my complaints, the features they've added and the upgrades they have made to it, I will accept. I'm not happy about it, but I'll accept it, because everything else they've done is fantastic. That said, the safety shorts on the Amazon look fucking terrible. If you were going to censor her, you could have found a better way to do it than that. All I'm saying is, if you're going to censor something, at least make it aesthetically pleasing. Because it just looks bad. Anyway. There's safety shorts on the Amazon. Look it up. Look up the artwork. Compare it to the old one. They put some extra clothing on the Amazon. Or in the Amazon. Yeah, haha. Point is, yes, there is censorship. It's the same thing with the priest class.
And I'm not normal!
Yeah, my animation frames remove type B. Yeah, it just looks weird. It doesn't look right. That said, I'm still willing to put up with it. Like, oh, that's the thing, Billy. These redesigns are not Akira Toriyama. They're taking Akira Toriyama's work and redesigning it to make it look to make it look more acceptable by modern standards. Which I personally think is kind of disrespectful to his work, but whatever. I will say, the new artwork, though, that they're drawing for the game, they're nailing the Toriyama style. They're making it look like his work. Like, I can't be mad at that. The artwork for these games looks fantastic. The actual game itself looks fantastic. Like, I'm not going to complain about the presentation of the game. It looks great. But, again, not a fan of censorship. Not a fan of needless censorship, especially. They didn't need to do that. No, it's not, Billy. I have to look up who did it. There's plenty of artists out there who can do Akira Toriyama's art style. Like, it's something I've seen plenty of people do. Fenyon is an artist I follow on Twitter who actually works on some Dragon Ball stuff, like official Dragon Ball stuff, and his recreation of the style is stunning. I love seeing his artwork. This also wouldn't even be the first time we've had Dragon Quest artwork done by non-Akira Toriyama people. I mean, Billy brought up Dino Daiboken, but there's also the Emblem of Roto, which has a very different art style. There was promo artwork for, like, album collections and whatnot done by completely different artists who don't... It doesn't even look like Dragon Quest art unless you know what you're looking for. Like, give me a second here. Let me see if I can find this, because I think it's pretty cool. You all are free to disagree with me, but I think it's pretty cool. Man, we've just gotten completely sidetracked from this one credit clear run I'm trying to do. I need to get back to doing it, but I keep getting distracted by talking about stuff I'm passionate about. This is funny though, because I did have a friend suggest maybe I should just do a just chatting stream once in a while, since I don't particularly since I've been feeling really burnt out lately on streaming. There's been a few times the past week where I've just sat there and thought, should I stream today? Would that be fun? No, it wouldn't. I'd get burned out by the end of it. That's what happened on the Final Fantasy stream I did last week. I was feeling burned out by the end of that. I need to finish that game. I want to finish that game. But every time I start playing it, it's just, man, I gotta do some grinding before we play it next time just so we can actually make some decent progress on that game. I have to do a bit of grinding off stream, you know? Yes, I don't have the option. Here we go. Yes, CD Theater Dragon Quest. That's what this was. This artwork, by the way, I love this artwork. Does it look like Dragon Quest? Not really, but it's pretty. The fuck? Trying to share the artwork. There we go, look at that. I love that. That is good artwork. Yeah. Anyway, we should actually get back to the game we're trying to 1cc, because I don't have all night. And I have work I'll have to do after the stream. So let's actually try to do this. I will be doing more 1cc's attempts at this. We will be getting 1cc's at some point. I want to do that. We will be doing more streams of this over the course of the month. I will also be playing it off stream to increase my skills, because I want to do well in this competition. Because I love this game, and I like to think that I'm pretty decent at the basics. I just gotta get my practice back in, because it's been a while. I'm actually gonna hit reset. Alright. So let's actually get into the game, everybody. Heck, maybe now that I've had a chance to sit down and talk for a bit, maybe I'll feel refreshed with the game. We'll see. We'll see. Good discussions, though. Good discussions were had. Stop cartwheeling, you freaks. Okay, we're doing terribly to start off with. There we go. You're gonna emulate for this yourself. Arcade Archives doesn't have the extra life score setting adjustable, and it isn't where you need it. You know what? You know what's funny? I actually don't know if the score set where I need it either, man. Because I've looked through the dip switch settings on this. Let me open that up real quick. And I do not have the option to edit the extra life score. See here? Did you get the Constantinople song out of your head? Yeah. Yeah, that one doesn't leave either. But yeah, see, it's not here in the dip switch on this game either, for some reason. I have everything else at the default. I decided that's going to be good enough. Because I'm not going to download a whole new emulator to see if I can find that dip switch on another emulator. It's not happening. If the judge has an issue with that decision, he can bring it up to me later. Especially considering that once I practice this a bit, I'll be able, if I do need to get a new emulator installed to just make sure that's set correctly, well, you know. You know? Yeah. I'll at least have the practice in, you know? I did not mean to pick up that knife, but it's fine. That was weird. Ow. Your head says as well. Stuck in my head because one of my sisters just listens to it on repeat sometimes. Talking reason with the gangs? Absolutely not. Just remember, violence is never the answer. It's a question. And the answer is often yes. I'm gonna... There we go. That's just barbaric. Well, we are the new barbarians. Although if we are the new barbarians, things could get a lot more dicey than that. If you've seen that movie. Oh, wow, okay, all my health bars gone there. Damn it, we almost went through the first stage without dying. We were doing pretty well there. Ah. There we go, okay. Man, the drums in these old Technos games are so wacky. Come here, Bolo. There we go. You serious? Man, I kind of needed this after yesterday, though. I was in a mood. This is nice. Sometimes all you need is a way to let off some steam. Come on, here we go. I'm gonna get this right out of here. I'm not even gonna let Roper have the chance to use it. There he is. Come over here. Come over, buddy. Come on. Come over here. Come over here. There we go. Well, I didn't quite mean to throw that knife, but it works. Now I gotta deal with this. I forgot how fast he gets back up. All right, there we go. Fuck. Ah. Nah. Okay, come on. Fuck. Well, that's the end of this run. Ooh. We almost had him, too. He did not have that much left to go. Why am I sitting here just when I just hit the reset button when I die? Here we go again. Dang it, I didn't want to pick that up. Aw, damn it! Man, look at how many points got shaved off because of that weapon I was using. Ugh, that's not good. Okay. Fuck. There we go. Could have gotten a lot more points if I hadn't accidentally picked up that whip earlier. Fuck. Well, I'm dead. We go again. That'd be rough, yo. It's just been so long since I practiced this. Also, welcome in, Jagos. Oh, come on. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? Come on. Fuck! Whew, okay. That was a very silly noise. Get that out of here. Let's try varying the strategy up a little bit. Well, I didn't quite mean to knock him out that far. Damn it. That was the wrong button. Ugh. Ah, damn it. Whew. Oh, there we go. Are you kidding me? go to fight longer in the end. Trying to find a happy balance here, because I know the easy way out of fights. Here, I'll show you, actually. Ready? See? Fuck. Damn. Do not give me the clap. Oh, shit. Oh, what? Okay, to use my cheese strat against me. Okay, so that initial strat didn't work very well, so I'm just gonna try to take these guys out as fast as I can. Really? guy really is the first big showstopper of the game. Fuck! Here we go again. I know I'm being very quiet and untalkative now, but like we had the giant discussions earlier, and now I'm kind of just... Now I'm locked in.
Get angry. You hate my guts, don't you? Get mad. Get mad. Get mad. Get mad. Get it so mad. It drives you mad.
No. Anger is not the way. My mind must be peaceful and serene. Ow. Are you kidding me? Fuck that. Ugh. That's the other sucky thing about doing this is your hands start to give out on you after a bit, you know? Keep going though. Wow, okay. Don't know why I was spawning that many of them, but I'll take it. Really? caught a Togepi in Pokemon Legends? Nice. I always did like Togepi. Cute little thing. Fuck! It's always those knife-wielding enemies you gotta watch out for. All right. Come on. Hey guys, we just cleared the first stage without losing a life. For the first time tonight. Definitely getting back some of that skill I used to have. It's a long road though. Long road to actually getting back to the point of being able to 1cc this. Alright, here we go. There we go. That was really close. Fuck! And another knife got me. Are you kidding me? A bitch. Fuck. Alright. We really gotta do something about Abore there. Or Andore. That's Andore. Abore is the shirtless dude. Gotta do something about him, though, because he is kicking my ass. The real trick would be figuring out a more efficient way to take out Linda, but... she doesn't... Like Williams and Roper, if you can get them into the right grab, you can take them out very quickly. You can't grab the female fighters. Fuck's sake. I was getting real sick of that. Punching mutton chops? Sure are, Zatara. We are, getting good at Double Dragon. That's the attempt here. Fuck. Double Dragon 2, specifically. That was lost points there, but whatever. Okay, that's a bad plan, okay. Really? Really? We just had a couple of really good runs, and now we're just gonna start fucking up right here on the first boss? Sure. Really? That is not my best run so far. That kind of sucked. Fucking hell. Okay. Fuck you. Really? Okay. Getting stopped up at him. I know that there's a way around that. I could just go the safe route and do the forward jump kick. But, like... so slow. Damn it. Want that. Want that weapon. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, made it to burn off with no lives left. Let's see if I can actually take him out. Well, not if I do something stupid like that. Okay, well, I meant to get more points out of him, but there you go. You guys saw me knock him off the roof like I told you you could. Alright, here we go. First thing to do is to take out the bolo down here. Ha! Forgot about that. Are you kidding me? No! Stop that. Okay, no jacking around here. Linda's gonna pop out first. I'm gonna punch her in the face. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, come on. This is a very bad situation to be in with the boss coming up just now. Hondore's recovery time is insane. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. I'm too close. Fuck! I'm gonna do one more run and then I gotta go use the bathroom. I should probably consider wrapping up for the night because I still have some work I gotta do after this. For fuck's sake. I can't throw that, so it's just gonna stay on the screen for now. Alright, we're down. Whew. Really? Really? There we go. Fuck off. Oh, get off my screen. Fuck you. No. Well, we made it to stage 3. Fuck you. Damn it. Well, that's our best score so far. Alright, I gotta go use the bathroom, so... we'll be back in a bit. I can do better than this. Or we could have the whole thing lock up. That's fantastic. I love that. I'm just trying to go to commercial break. Come on. Just trying to go to commercial break. Really? Okay. Now then. Wow, this is the longest transition to commercial break I've ever done. Oh, are you kidding me? Well, we're gonna be sitting here for a while longer because I can't even switch over to VLC to change the commercial on because the desktop crashed. The joys of streaming on an underpowered PC from 10 years ago, over 10 years ago. Come on. Work with me. Why is GOG open in the background? All right. Now if could access VLC to turn on the sound, that'd be great. But the taskbar is blank because desktop crashed. Hey, how y'all doing? I'd switch over to commercials if I could, but I can't do that till I have access to VLC again, which is open in the background, which is inaccessible because the taskbar is... Oh my gosh, it's back. Feckin' finally. Good lord. Alright. Going to commercial break. We'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Kind of a shame I come back right on the Riding Bean trailer, but that's whatever. Ugh. Okay, so... Give me just a second. That should be far more acceptable. Alright. I don't think I'm going to do too much more of this tonight. It's already 12 and I should really take care of some stuff before I have to go to bed. So we'll do like 1 or 2 more runs of this and then we'll call it a night. And I will come back at my earliest convenience with another stream of this because we're going to get good at this. Oh, we're going to get good at this. Alright, so let us begin our next run. Hopefully this gives my hand, hopefully that gave my hand some time to relax as well, because I definitely needed that. Gonna head out for now, best of luck. Hey, no worries, man, it is getting late. Ow. Did manage to make it to stage 3. You can make it even further, though. And my model kit box fell on the floor. I'll pick it up later. All right. Of course, we're getting a freezing warning because winter's not ready to quit yet. I live in the part of the Midwest where the weather's bipolar. Well, I didn't want to pick that up. Rather not take any more unnecessary hits. What did I just fucking say, Burnov? All right. Hopefully we can take him out in about 3 solid knockdowns. Really? No? There we go. Really? Fucking really? Fuck. Fuck you. Whew. Alright, well, made it to stage 3 again. Right, it's remote on your computer, but turn down and you heard this. Very quiet. Fuck you. This game, I love it, but man, they upped the difficulty on this so much compared to the first game. There we go. Okay, I think the next one of these Williams that pops up is carrying knives. Yep. Fuck. What the fuck happened there? Well, the better run than any of the others I've had tonight. can do better than that. Alright, one more run for the night. Still slows down like hell. Yeah, it really does. Thank ABX. Alright. This is it. Last run of the night. Let's make it a good one. So we can top that previous score. But let's do it, because by the time this wraps up, it'll be 1 in the morning, so... Let's see if we can, Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Absolutely not. Nope. Are you fucking kidding me? No, guys, get back in the Cobra Command chopper. I do find it funny that both of these games open up with references back to Kishimoto's previous work at Data East. Because, it's like you pointed out, the Cobra Command chopper's in the hangar back there. And then the first game, we have the kick-ass car from Road Avenger. go. Man, I forgot to put Road Avenger and Cobra Command in the playlist. Because I did not spend a lot of time making this playlist. What the fuck is that guy doing? Kill him. I think it's very obvious looking at his games what sort of movies Kishimoto enjoys. It's not even getting into the fact that he literally made an entire game based off of his delinquent youth. You know what's really fucking stupid? Back when I made my Renegade retrospective, I hadn't seen a single Bruce Lee movie. Because me getting into Bruce Lee was more of a recent thing. So I actually couldn't make the proper comparisons between those movies and Renegade. If I did do a, if I did get around to making a Double Dragon video someday, that would be a very different story, because, oh boy, there are some direct parallels. Okay, I need to drop this shovel. There is no button to just drop the shovel. There. Fucking really? Fuck. Well, there goes my chance of getting to the first level without losing a life. No! You stop that right now. Fuckhead. His crap range is ridiculous. Lots of enemies in this game have some pretty busted hurt boxes and hit boxes and whatever else you want to say. Okay. little bit of Shredder's Revenge on Game Pass. Wasn't into it enough for more than we played. Shredder's Revenge is good. My main complaint about it is that the levels are too damn long. Other than that, it's a fantastic beat 'em up. Now, if only all the other developers out there didn't take the wrong lesson from it. Which is, oh hey, people will just buy a shittily made beat 'em up if we slap a popular brand on here. Which is how we got G.I. Joe and Karate Kid. Miss me with that shit. Oh, fuck you. Oh, this is bullshit. One hit from Andore and I'm dead. And I have 4 henchmen all lined up around me to take turns hitting me. That's it. All right. Well, as much as I want to take another stab at it, my hand is killing me. We've been live for 4 hours. That's an average stream length these days. Ooh. So yeah, that means my top score for tonight was somewhere around 4,000, which, yeah, that ain't nearly good enough. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Ugh. Bleh. All right. Glad to have you back. I'll try to stream. I'll try to stream more. I just burnout's been real. Ugh. It's also just the fact that I haven't had the time to stream lately as well. Like it's not just the burnout, it's me being busy each night having to deal with stuff. I actually gotta go deal with something right after the stream for tonight, but let's get that shut down. Go over to the face cam mode. Man. More than likely, I will be doing more of this. Anytime I wind up having the extra time to not only practice this, but to stream it, I probably will be trying to do that. I don't know when we'll be getting back to Final Fantasy IV or God Hand, honestly. I don't know when I'll be getting back to either of those, because playing 2 fairly lengthy games back-to-back without any sort of variety for a bit is kind of killing me. So we'll work on that. How's that RPG coming along? Slowly. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither will this RPG, but it's... Yeah, I still work on it fairly frequently with Lise and Falco. We're working on ideas. The main thing right now is actually getting the overworld, like traversal. Not even overworld, but just like the traversal elements mapped out and figured out because of the way we're doing things. That's kind of the big focus. The actual battle mechanics and the that sort of stuff, there's nothing too ambitious going on there. The visual presentation is going to be the interesting part, I think, for people for the most part, and then there's the story. The actual battle, I want to do something solid. I don't want it to just be mindless press A to win, but it's I'm not thinking of doing anything especially fancy. It's gonna be turn-based. It's gonna be Dragon Quest-esque, Phantasy Star-esque. I do have a plugin for the skills that I'm using that's gonna let me use a lot of different skill types. Like, not just skills that use MP or other resources, but there will be a few different types of skills that that have different conditions for being used. There's also what was it? Oh yeah, like different ways of characters acquiring skills. The actual RPG itself is very narratively focused. It's not a very open world type RPG. It's not the sort of thing where you can keep going wherever you want. It's not that type of game. It is very linear, very story focused. As the actual roadmap works right now, when the game shuffles you along to the next area, you don't really have the option to go back somewhere because it wouldn't make sense story-wise. And I am not going to be rewriting this story I have been writing for years and years of my life just to accommodate being able to go back to places you've already been. That's not the focus of the game. The focus of the game is very, very much on that story. And helping players to get invested in that story is kind of what we're working on with the graphical style and whatnot. That's the focus of what me and Lise are doing. We're trying to make it so that you want to get invested in these characters with, appealing graphics and good writing. The more we can do in the gameplay to make the players feel a connection to the characters, the better. That's one of my bigger focuses when it comes to gameplay. But we've already discussed and accepted this will not be a very open RPG. What there will be is there's going to be a lot to do in each area of the game. So you can kind of explore each little hub that you're in for that chapter. And you will get, like, there'll be some sort of warning that you're, when it's time to leave to go to the next area, you'll get, like, that little yes-no option of, are you ready to continue? That sort of thing. So that's kind of what we're doing. It's going to be each area that you explore in the game is going to be packed with things to do, but there won't be an option to go back. Now, some people will probably feel like they're missing out on certain things, especially if we have some content that's not as obvious to find. But I feel like that's fine, in my opinion, because I don't think you have to experience everything a game has to have on your first playthrough, or even ever. Like, say you play the game only once and you miss some content. That's fine. You don't have to experience everything. But for people who want to explore in the game for a little bit, basically, if you're going to enjoy this game we're working on, you need to be the sort of person that can sit down with this RPG and really want to get into the world and the characters. You have to be somebody who will want to sit there and just experience the world we've crafted and kind of get to know the characters in it and be invested in the storyline. Now, obviously, that means on my side, I'm going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting with the writing and the pacing. So I've got a lot to do to make that happen. But as far as the type of people this game's going to appeal to, it has to be people who want to play a game where you're experiencing characters and story. And I know the common, come back to that is that if you wanted to read a story, you read a book. But I believe that video games can tell a story in a far more impactful way than even video games or film, not sorry, even books or film can do, you know? The gameplay. If you can make the gameplay work into the story and have the player like interact with it on that level, that actually deepens their emotional bond between the player and the characters. You want to do that in a game that's narrative focused. You want the player to feel a bond to these people, because it's kind of like even when you're reading a book or watching a movie, if it's a well-crafted story, it's going to trigger chemical responses in your brain that are going to cause you to sympathize with the characters in the story you're experiencing. It'll make you feel like the events happening in the story are happening to you despite it being complete fiction. That's the power of writing right there. That's the power of imagination even. And I feel like video games, more than any other medium, can truly create that bond between the audience and fiction. Because you're not just reading a book or watching a movie where you have no control over the characters. No, in the case of a video game, you're right there in the thick of things with the characters. You're getting to experiencing these things firsthand, you know? So that's kind of the design philosophy behind this RPG that we've been working on. It's very much story focused. It's not something I want to make like a grand gameplay demonstration out of. Is it going to seem a little shallow because of our focus on the graphics and aesthetics? Maybe, but I think it's going to be worth it in the end, especially since I have Lise working on those graphics and aesthetics, and she's a fantastic artist. If you guys want to know what to kind of expect from the graphics, I would recommend looking into Saga Frontier 2. Saga Frontier 2 on the PlayStation 1. That has a similar look to what we're trying to do. Not exact, but it's similar. I've been working with Lise to figure out how to fit things into the engine. I've been teaching her a bit about pixel art and like the idea of nearest neighbor scaling, which is to say that if she draws something at exactly 4 times the size that I need for the game, and then I scale it down, there will definitely be a loss of detail, but it won't be to the extent of it becoming an unrecognizable mess of pixels. Especially since we're already using sprites that are a little bit bigger than what RPG Maker Standards is. Like, we've already... I decided that myself. But yeah, beyond that, it's just... Our main goal for this year, and we're starting small, okay? Our main goal right now is to just have the first section of the game finished around this time next year. You know, a year from now, I want to have a playable demo of that opening area, which would mean the first village, the first field area, the first dungeon, so to speak, although it's not a traditional dungeon. You're not going cave diving. You're doing something a little different to start the game off. But yeah, I want to have like the first village and the first dungeon area kind of finished. It would be really cool if I could get the whole opening area of the game done. That'd be fun because the game opens up on a small island and you deal with a problem there, and after you finish that, there's going to be a part where the characters have to go to a port town on the other side of the island, and that would kind of conclude the whole prologue area of the game. And if we could get that wrapped up around this time next year and have like a playable demo for people to check out and see what we're working on, that would be awesome and would be really motivating to continue working on the project. Plus, once we have a lot of that basic framework set down, that's going to make development go a lot quicker. Port town from F-Zero Place. I am taking on a lot of work with this as well, because Lise is working on the art, and that's a slow process. I'm not rushing. We're not in any rush to get this thing done either, because we're not doing this for money. We aren't making any money off of this project. This is a hobby. But even though we're taking our time with it, there's still a lot of work to be done, because I'm not just the writer and the main programmer for this and the designer for this. I'm also the musician. And let me tell you, the music for this game that I feel fits its tone is very unlike a lot of what I've done in the past. There's going to be a lot more percussion going on, like kind of a tribal thing going on. If you've heard the soundtracks to a little bit of Chrono Cross, a little bit of Panzer Dragoon. That's closer to what I'm going for here, which is very different from what I usually do, but it's fun to experiment. Because I've always enjoyed percussion in the first place, so trying to get more of those tribal beats down is super fun. So it's definitely intimidating, the amount of work we have to do to make this game a reality, but I'm hopeful that we'll do something interesting. There's a part of me, I can't confirm we're doing this. Lise thinks it's a bad idea. Me and Falco think it could work. We'll find out as we go into it. But I feel like the story of the game is packed enough and has enough content in it that if we play our cards right, we could do the RPG as a trilogy release, where we can focus on working on the first part of the game, then take what we learned with that, work on the second part. We're doing it that way either way. Like we've already been deliberately developing the game with a 3-act structure, and we're just focusing on Act 1 for now. But the more I look at the way things are laid out and the story beats and the events, there's a few times where we reach kind of a climax in the story and then things kind of reset a little bit. And looking at that made me think we could split this into 3 things. There are definite drawbacks to that. Lise in particular feels like this would be unsatisfying to players. I feel like if we're upfront about it being a trilogy release to start with, that would definitely soften the blow a bit. I'm not planning to just spring it on them where they buy the first game and then they're told at the end, oh, by the way, wait for part 2. No. If we did it this way, it would be clearly labeled as Act 1 of the story. Like, it would be labeled that way. It would be priced appropriately as well, because I still consider the whole story to be one thing, so I wouldn't be pricing each one as the full release. But more than that, one of the things that Lisa and me had to discuss where she wasn't sure if this would work was the idea of leveling, because nobody wants to go into part 2 of the story and have to start from scratch. And my main thought on that is that because of the linearity of the game, we can kind of figure out an average of where the player's level is going to be by the end of the game if we playtest. And we could have the players start off around there in the second game. And as for gold, the gold part's easy to figure out, actually, because the players, the party has to buy a boat ticket. We could start them off with a decent amount of cash in the second game, but say that they had to spend a lot of money to prepare for the trip. Like, that's easily explained away. We would obviously have the characters starting off with a lot of their skills from the previous game. You know, there would be a little bit of a little bit of a continuity problem, but I don't think it'd be that bad. Well, I think it would be cool to be able to transfer your save data between all 3 trilogy parts. Not only do I not know if that's possible in RPG Maker, but I'm scared of potential, like data problems if we tried to do it that way. So, if we went the trilogy route, there'd be a few things to have to figure out, but on the other hand, the actual story is so packed with content in the first place that I feel like it could be done. And it could allow us to, focus on making each part of the game as good as it can be, you know? But we'll see how that turns out, because for right now, we haven't decided what we're going to do here. And since we're already developing the game in the 3-act structure, and we're focusing all of our effort on just making the first act as good as it can be, we'll see how that feels in a few years, and if this feels like it's a full release, you know? Regardless, yeah, it's a big project. Like, this is not a small thing. I'm working on some small things in my free time that maybe might get a small release someday. I have some fun ideas. I'll tell you right now, if you guys have ever wondered why I've never released a game, despite having worked on several, especially in the RPG Maker engine, there's a simple fact for that. And it's that I hate using the default assets in RPG Maker. My projects would be done so much quicker if I could just swallow my pride and use those and just focus on the programming and writing aspect. It would be so much quicker. It really would. It would be the smart decision, the efficient decision. I'm not going to do that because I am a petty bitch who cares way too much about aesthetics. And I think RPG Maker looks ugly. So I'm not gonna use the default assets in RPG Maker, which as a result means I'm having to make everything myself, or having Lise work on the art for this game, which is what I'm doing. But otherwise, I gotta start making my own assets, like these little buggers down here, which are part of a different project I came up with. And yeah, trying to make enough things for even a small RPG, because this down here for reference. Oh yeah, it's easy to replace assets after the fact. I agree with that. I'm just, man, I don't like working with them. I understand what you're saying, man, and I have been building the game with the default assets. I've been testing things out. Like, do not think we haven't started development. I actually have a note somewhere that specifically says when we started development, I made a note of that. But yeah, the more custom stuff I have in there, the more at home I feel programming and making stuff. It's a weird psychological thing. I am not a very work-oriented person. That's one of my biggest weaknesses as an individual. I'm not a very work-oriented individual. I get burned out easily. That's the damn thing. Pictures be damned. I've been working on it. It's just slow going. Because you gotta remember here, this is a team of 3 people, each with their own lives and schedules, working on a game in their free time. This is not gonna be done anytime soon. None of this is going to be done anytime soon. And as for the thing these little guys... I keep pointing the wrong way. The thing these little guys are being made for, that is actually going to be really simple to make, because it's basically just your standard NES-era style RPG. The assets are actually what's going to sell the game. Not like literally, but, you know, like the assets are important to the vision. So 90% of the work on this little project is already done because it's me using RPG Maker at a base level. Like, I'm not doing anything special with this small project. But these little guys here are actually the big thing about the project. Which is, whew. Yeah, sprite art takes a long time. Even simple little, like, these guys are literally 2 frames. You see them, right? Like, it is 2 frames. And it's a total of 8 sprites to make a full sheet for these little Final Fantasy style sprites. And even then, that can take so long as you iron out the little wrinkles and make them look smooth. As smooth as a 2-frame cycle can be. But you don't want them to look like janky, like they're just jerking around, you know? You need it to look somewhat natural. And that can be really hard to pull off. So there's still a lot that goes into making these little guys. I am happy with these little guys, though. They look awesome. They definitely have that Final Fantasy vibe, but they also look a little different. I like these little guys. I would very much like to have that little thing out there. The problem is that the more I look at this project, the more I think, this... I don't know. It's the amount of assets I have to make that is stymieing me at every turn. No matter what I end up doing, it's always the asset production that makes me stop, because it's just like, this is what's going to take most of my time. With the RPG I'm making with Lise, that's different. You get to clear mission stuff done, and people can look it over. You can do the assets last. Got some interest in a slice or 2 out there. Yeah, absolutely. It's something I need to work on more. It's definitely... It's, again, that's the best way I can describe the RPG process is, it's going... but it's slow going. I'm the guy doing, like, all the testing and whatnot. Like, I'm working with RPG Maker. I've had it open several times. I'm the one testing out various plugins to see what fits our vision best. I'm the one programming the skills in, figuring out... I'm not alone in figuring out leveling, because math is a weak point for me, so I have Falco kind of helping me figure out the leveling curve and whatnot, and where things need to be in that term. He's also helping me come up with a lot of good ideas for just abilities in general. Like Falco's indispensable here, because he has a mind for stats that I do not. I love RPGs. I have never been a stat monkey when it comes to these games, and I recognize the importance of statistics in RPGs, and that I am not the best person to work on that side of it. So I have him helping me look that part over. I am trying to... Oh, man. Again, ask me around this time next year. I'll see if we have something to show off. Because for right now, I should mention actually the way we want to do things is set up. Graphical tests are kind of the thing Lisa's helping me work on, but in terms of what we're trying to do graphically, I already have that tested. Because I actually took one of the Saga Frontier 2 maps, and through the use of some plugins, I put it into RPG Maker. I have it tested out. You can run around in it. I'll say this is not something I can overcome in RPG Maker. This is a limitation of RPG Maker I just have to deal with. It's still grid-based, even when I'm using a plugin to let the player move in all 8 directions, and, you know, free movement. There's free pixel-based movement with this one plugin. We're using another plugin that lets us set... It's not even really a plugin. You can do this in RPG Maker by default, but I have something that enhances the viability of it. But, you know, having a background layer in there that you kind of put the tiles over for a player to walk on, it gives you the illusion of being able to walk over a smooth map, but if you start walking near the edges, the fact that it's still a square grid is going to become obvious. And there's not really anything I can do about that other than to try to program. We need to draw the maps around that limitation, you know. But at the same time, you've played some of those older PS1 RPGs, you know. There are spots on the map where it looks like the player should be able to walk there, and they don't because of the hit detection. That's how it is. But that's really the only limitation with the way we're doing things here. Other than that, all we have to bear in mind is to make sure that the maps we're drawing we need to make sure that the areas are split into small enough chunks as to not cause any sort of slowdown. That's the trick we got to figure out, is making sure each section of the map is small enough that we don't cause any sort of loading or slowdown problems. Which is easier than it sounds, actually. It's just a matter of figuring out how we're going to divide up, like, say, the first town. Because we're not going to have the first town be one whole screen that the player walks around, because that'll be way too much strain on RPG Maker. That won't work. So it'll probably split into, like, 3 or 4, like, smaller screens. I'm getting into details here, actually, because one of the things we're doing here, in addition to the way these towns work, is I have a very specific idea of how we're going to do shops that's going to make things a little easier, if you can believe it. Which is, rather than having to make a bunch of different areas that the player can... Like there'll still be houses and whatnot you can go into and talk to people in. Like, that's natural. But in terms of places like shops and inns and whatnot, what me and Lisa are going to do is that when you enter a shop or an inn, it's just going to bring up an image of, like the area and the... If you guys have ever played Ys or some of the other RPG makers... Not RPG... There's some RPGs like Ys where when you go into a shop, you instead get a shop screen where you can see very nicely done artwork of the shopkeeper talking to you. You can get the option to talk to the shopkeeper or other people around it. Oh, yeah, another game that does that is Etrian Odyssey, right? I'm doing that for the shop areas because that's... Or Phantasy Star. Yeah, that's another great way to put it. Phantasy Star actually is a decent inspiration. I've actually talked to Lisa about that too. I was showing her how the cutscenes in Phantasy Star 4 work. And while we're not going to do it exactly like that, we feel like that could help too. Because again, a lot of what we're doing here with this RPG Maker is visual. It's gonna be a very narrative focused game. There's gonna be some visual cutscenes. Lisa's a fantastic artist. She's been doing comic style stuff for her own personal projects anyway, so it all kind of fits together. We can absolutely have some more dramatic cutscenes that play out like that. I know how to program some of the more dramatic like animations that would need to be done in those. Like, that's not hard for me to do at all. And I even know some video editing, so we could even have video clips that might play once in a while. Not very often, because again, I don't want to put a lot of strain on RPG Maker, but we can actually put a couple of video files in there too if we need to. Anyway, yeah, shops are going to be handled like that. There's something else I'm forgetting right now. But yeah, there's going to be some shops most shops will be handled that way, which by the way is actually another fun way to do this, because again, when the focus is narrative, it gives the player the option to interact more with the world. When you give them, in addition to going into a shop and seeing, like, you know, buy, sell, when you have that option to talk and you give the player, maybe it's not even just general talk, maybe you give them a few different topics they can ask that NPC about. That is something that the player can interact with to just get a little more information on the world, or if they're being told to look for certain information, you know, that's a way to get a player who's more invested in learning more about the world the option to learn that. But at the same time, if you're not interested in knowing that, you don't have to hit the talk option. So that's a great way to put extra lore into the world that's totally optional, but will help flesh it out for people who do get invested in the story. Because that's the prerequisite. That's the prerequisite of this RPG. This is focused in a very specific style, where it is narrative focused, and it's going to be the sort of thing that if you like being invested in a story and characters, that's going to be what this sort of game is. If you're looking for something that's going to have like a big open world for you to explore and that sort of thing, we're not doing that. As a matter of fact, we're not even having a proper overworld. You know how like most RPGs, like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest, have that big overworld you walk around. It's an abstraction. There's not going to be a big open overworld that the player walks around. It's very much hub to hub. Like we start in the first, you start in the first village. You leave the village, you go into the forest, which is our first field area. You reach the quote unquote first dungeon. That's all that's all done without ever transferring to an overworld map. And we're doing it that way on purpose because, again, we don't want to set the wrong expectation. When you see an overworld map in an RPG, no matter how linear said RPG is, you do get that illusion of freedom of being able to go wherever you want on the map, right? And that's not how this game works. It's a little closer. This is not the perfect comparison. It's not the one I would make because I can't think of a better one right now. But if y'all remember how Pokemon does it, especially like the early Pokemon games, where instead of having a big overworld, you kind of just go from area to area. It's a little bit like that, but again, you can't really go backwards once you leave an area in this game. Like you kind of get the plan of how the game's structured is that you get to an area, you're locked into this little hub, and you can do a lot in these little hub areas. Like you can go around. There's going to be some side quests, there's objectives to clear, but eventually it'll be time to move on to the next hub area, and that's how the game's going to work. It's very linear. I recognize the disadvantages of a linear game, but there are also advantages to that, and the advantage to that is being able to tell a more involved story. It's being able to set up more consistent set pieces, being able to work around creating interesting dungeons to explore and interesting like combat encounters, because when you know where the player is going to be, you can plan for that. So it's a much more linear, and I think making a linear game is smart in this instance too, when we're just a bunch of hobbyists. I think making it linear and focused is a good way to go, because too many first-time developers want to make like something big and open and epic in scope, and what I want to make is something far more focused and personal. That's this particular project. That's what the thing me and Lisa are working on is. And Falco. We're working on that. Other stuff like these little guys, that's more of me just screwing around and seeing what I can do in RPG Maker. That's actually kind of why I'm doing these little guys too. It might seem like a waste of time, but there's a lot of dead air between updates on the big RPG. So this gives me something smaller I can do where I'm still working with RPG Maker and keeping myself invested in it and learning, even while I'm not working on the big project. I just wish I had more time to work on it, because y'all might think, being somebody who lives at home and doesn't have a proper job, you might think I have a bunch of free time. That would be very incorrect. There's a reason I haven't been streaming lately. I am busier than you would think. But hey, I managed to get enough time to stream tonight, which was nice. Now on that note, unfortunately, I should wrap up for the night and go handle a little bit of work that still needs done. Not a ton, though. We changed a little bit of how things work around here in terms of chores, and that seems to have freed up a little extra time, but still, I got some stuff I should handle. Well, it looks like Cobra's streaming Broken Sword 3. I can raid into her, I guess, if anybody's interested, but I gotta wrap up for the night. I don't know when I'll be back next, because we've got let me think. We've got an RPG we got to finish with Final Fantasy IV. I got to finish that at some point. I want to start Tales of Symphonia at some point. I genuinely don't know when I'm gonna get back to playing God Hand, because God Hand's great. I like God Hand a lot, but between trying to do that and Final Fantasy, I was getting so burned out. So we'll get back to God Hand when I feel like it, and we'll get back to Final Fantasy IV when I feel like it. Other than that, Double Dragon 2, we're going to be practicing a lot, because I want to actually do well in this score competition. I don't want to win necessarily, but I do want to do my best, because this is a game that I personally adore. And the first step to getting good at Double Dragon 2 is going to be getting that 1cc I've always wanted to do. So that's kind of my goal for this month. We might do some other streams of other games if I feel like it. You know, maybe I'm a little Double Dragoned out and I want to do something else. That's an option. But, yeah, I will be trying to get good at this. That's our main goal for this month. So, hope you all like Double Dragon 2 and hearing me talk about Double Dragon, because it's going to be a lot of that this month. Alright, so, yeah, I guess we'll go raid Cobra. She's my friend. She's cool. I feel like Broken Sword isn't exactly the most obvious thing to jump over to, but I do want to go say hi to her at least once before I go out for the night. I might also see if my friends are up to anything, like, on Discord, see if they want to hang out. After I do dishes, though. Anyway. We got that raid set up, and now that that's set up, well, I guess this is the part where I wrap up for the night. So this has been Quinn Michael from Shaggy Turtle Studios, Channel 14, WNBI TV. We're high on retro junk. Like it or not, I'll be back next time. I will see you all when I see you all. We're gonna get good at this game. That's my goal. We're gonna get good. Good night, everyone. You're still here? It's over. Go home.